What's up? What's up? Running behind. Not that anybody's surprised by that, I guess. I forgot my bait knife. Didn't have any leader line. So y'all be riding with me to the spot. Truck's a little noisy, but it is what it is. I'm sure my wife is probably thinking, you're the only person I know that could be late to their own stream. So I'm going to set the phone down. We're going to drive. And yeah. That should be all right. Got some skipjack. Got a knife to cut it now. And yeah, we're on our way. You'll have to forgive me. I won't be able to read the chat comments for a few minutes. Because in Tennessee, you're not allowed to have your phone in your hand while you're driving. Same as with Georgia. Same with several other states that are starting to adopt that policy. But the goal tonight is to drag some baits along the bottom. I got a flat with some creek channels running through it that mess with. Then I also have an underwater island that's in the middle of the main channel. Got roughly a 10-minute ride. And then take me a few minutes to set the boat. We'll get launched. We'll get to fishing. Hope everybody's doing good today at least. Hope everybody had a good weekend. Ideally, I would have been on the water already, but life is life. That's all I can say about it. If at any point anybody here is interested in popping on screen and chatting for a few minutes, especially while I'm setting up, more than happy to have you. Just let me know as quick as I get pulled over. I'll bring you up, and you're more than welcome to talk and chit chat. Like I said, if you're just joining in, I am running a little bit behind. I'm on the way to the spot now, and y'all are just along for the ride for a few minutes. Technically, I could have went with what I got. I have 25-pound mono that I could have used as leader line, but I have fished for bigger catfish long enough to know that that's not usually a good number to go with. So I went and bought some 50. And while I was at the stores, when I remembered I forgot my knife, so I had to buy another knife. But I did remember my life jacket. I got my fishing rods in the back. Got the kayak in the back. It's all ratchet strapped down. Good to go on that part. So yeah, hopefully we'll drag some kitties in tonight. This will be not the maiden voyage for this kayak, but it's only the second or third time I've taken it out since I bought it. Like I said, it's still new to me. It has not had a catfish slime it yet. Hoping to fix that tonight. We will be fishing Lake Chickamauga. We'll be above the dam, so we will be technically on Lake Chickamauga. Like I said, we're fishing that island in the main channel, and we're fishing the creek channels on the flat that are right above the dam. There's 2 or 3 older creek channels that are kind of wallowed out. They're not as distinct, but there's one in particular that is very, very pronounced. And I have a feeling that of the creek channels on that flat, that'll probably be the best producing one. For those of you that are here, I appreciate you showing up, sticking around while I drive. I am sorry for being behind, but as quick as I get there, we'll get this party started. I do plan on fishing most of the night. I do have 4 skipjack with me. I'm only using 2 rods. So ideally, I won't run out of bait until like 3 or 4 in the morning. The goal is to get off the water around 4:30ish, unless things suggest otherwise. I am running a minimalist gear setup today. I do have the fish finder. I have the minimum safety gear. Well, I take it back. I have a little bit of extra safety gear, but I have the absolute minimum when it comes to rods and reels and such, just in case something happens. This is the first night trip I've ever taken on a kayak, so that's going to be interesting. In the state of Tennessee, when you're night fishing, you're required to have a 360 light on at all times, whether you're moving or not. And then also, you are, if you have a motor, obviously you're supposed to have your bow and stern light and a running light. But I do not, so it would be just the 360 light. Then I have a couple extra lights to hopefully help with the camera view for everybody. And then I also have my head torch. So hopefully the lighting won't be terrible. And like I said, I am hopeful for big fish, but the goal is just fish, period. I've not had a chance to go catfishing since I went on that tournament for the Biggest Loser with the Weekend Angler. And I have been fishing a couple times since then. I took my wife and my daughter up to the mountains trout fishing yesterday. And then I went fishing with some new friends for carp up in Cleveland on Friday. So I've not been completely out of the scene. But I am hopeful to get on some catfish tonight. At this point, we're just a few more minutes away crossing the dam right now. I can't remember the name of this marina, but there's a boat launch between the park and the marina, and that's where we're launching from. It's pretty nice. It's a little on the steep side. It can be kind of problematic for launching a kayak, especially in the winter when the water's much lower. But I think we'll manage. I would have a moth in my truck. That's annoying. See you, Mike. Sleep well, buddy. Oh, there's a deer. Wow, there's several deer. That's cool. I wasn't aware there was enough trees for them to hide over here. It's actually quite amazing how many deer you do find in the city. It wouldn't be a picture without forgetting something. You're right. Nothing wrong with having a good day to recover either. Yeah, no, it's not with the truck. I think the goal is with the kayak, but that would make for an interesting video, wouldn't it? That is for certain. Oops. Uh-oh. What did I just do? Nope. Come on. There we go. Like I said, hopefully this will work out pretty good. But we are here. Like I said, I gotta set up the rods quick. And oh, you gotta be kidding me. Oh, I forgot my freaking chair. Dang it. I forgot my chair, Daryl. Polar bear. I swear, man. Sometimes I wonder about myself. The seat for my kayak, I forgot it. So I have nothing to sit in. Dang it. Yeah. So I guess taking a drive to the house. I gotta have it. I can't sit in this by myself. My back's not good enough for that. Instead of calling this Draggin for cats. I don't even know what to call it anymore. That's annoying. Very, very much annoying. On the plus side, at least this holder I think will work for my phone. If I ever get a chance to put the boat. Yeah, no, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. I tried rushing this. Before I go, though, either one of y'all want to hop up here and chit chat while I'm driving? Will do. Give me just a second. There we go.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah, that sucks, man. I mean, we've all been there missing stuff.
For sure. But like I said, I can't fish without a seat. So.
Oh yeah, I get it. I mean, that's probably more important than your bait knife.
Yeah, definitely.
I mean, your bait knife's important, but you could always throw something out whole if you had to.
You were fishing this morning, weren't you?
I was fishing last night.
Last night. That's right. That's right.
Yeah. It's been out there all day just for a couple bites.
Yeah, that kind of sucks.
It is what it is. I could have moved around the pond a little bit if I wanted to, but it was just too hot. And I was comfortable right where I was at.
I understand that as well. Like I said, we went up in the mountains yesterday, and it was still hot, but it was significantly cooler up there than it was at the house.
Oh yeah.
And actually, we did manage one trout, one creek chub, and then my mother-in-law, she was with us, and I'm assuming she hooked into one of those. They call them Teleco trophies because they stock trout there, and they put some big ones in there every once in a while.
Yeah.
But it snapped her rod in half.
Oh wow.
Yeah. I mean, it was just a dinky rod, like crappie trout. But yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I know I can pretty much go out there and probably catch a fish if I really want to. Like I said, moving around, but you know, we kind of set up for a picnic. You know, we had cooler out. We had, you know, multiple stuff. Multiple people were fishing. It was just going to be a pain in the butt to pack everything up in the truck and move down to
Right.
the other
Exactly.
end of the lake. So I was just like, yeah, I'll just stay here.
I
Because
definitely understand.
I was fishing a choke point because there's an island right there before where it goes from the deeper end to the shallow end.
Right.
And then there's a big, there's a, see that it was a rock quarry, or well, they dug the gravel out, I should say.
Yeah.
So
I got
there's
you.
big cement slabs in there, and like right off to the left of me, where I was fishing, there's a big cement slab, and then you know it kind of channeled in, or you know, there's probably about 20 feet there where in between that and the island. So you know, I was trying to fish where they were going to have to come into the, you know, trying to go to the shallow end.
Yeah.
So
That would make sense. I'd at least start there for sure.
yeah, and then the other area that I like fishing, which I can't really pull my truck up to right now because of it being so wet and stuff. There's a tree line there right where the horses and the cows come into the water
Okay.
that I like fishing. So yeah, I mean, I know where I can probably catch fish, just depending on, you know, what's biting and stuff. But sometimes it's more convenient not to go to the other place or other spot.
That's fair. Like you said, especially if you can't get your truck pulled up to it. Makes for a long walk, especially if you got a bunch of stuff to carry.
Well, it wasn't so much the long walk. It's just that everybody else was out fishing in the shallow end and stuff. And, you know, who wants to walk back and forth for a drink and stuff?
That's also fair. You said slabs.
But,
I'm assuming you mean crappie.
yeah, there's crappie in there, bluegill. I think the smallest bluegill we've ever caught out of there is probably about 7 inches.
Oh wow. Yeah, it's a real nice spot. Sounds like.
Yep. Green-eared sunfish, the same size as the bluegill.
Okay.
I guess that they've caught a 10+ pound bass out of there before.
I'm
I
sure
haven't seen anything close to that. All I catch is little dinky fish, as far as bass. But
I mean, you know, all a bass is a glorified sunfish.
oh yeah, I'll chop them up.
I'm not opposed to it either. It's frowned
No,
upon by a lot of people, but it is what it is.
They need thinned out anyways. If you're catching nothing but dinks all the time, there's something wrong.
Right.
So, and the farmer said we could keep them or whatever, eat them. He doesn't care. But I just, you know, usually catch enough for bait or whatever. A bluegill or a bass, whatever's first. Throw it on there and hope for the best. But what's nice about it is that, you know, it's a farm pond, so someone's usually close if something happens.
Oh yeah.
So I don't mind
That's
that.
always I'm sorry. Say it again.
Well, I've got cerebral palsy in my right hand, so
Okay.
it's hard for me to sometimes do certain things, like trying to land fish and that. Sometimes it gets a little difficult,
I got you.
and sometimes I need help. So I try to fish with someone all the time, but I will go out by myself if I have to.
I definitely understand that.
Yeah.
I definitely like taking people too if I can. Just if nothing else, just have somebody to talk to.
Oh yeah, that's been one of the great things about YouTube is you're really never fishing alone.
That is true. That is very, very true. I know that's one of the. My wife was really nervous about me going out in the kayak by myself at night. But I told her, I said, man, I'm gonna have people there talking to me, so I'm gonna be in trouble. I mean, if the kayak flips, I'm sure somebody will call somebody.
Yeah, well, Daryl knows pretty much where you're at, right?
Yeah, I mean, I'm on the lake side of Chickamauga Dam. I'm gonna be. I'm going back to the house right now. But
well, you know what I mean. Like Daryl knows roughly location-wise where you'll be fishing at and stuff. Yeah.
Yep, and Bob does too. Bob from Bobcat Outdoors, and I don't know if I told Jody or not. She was actually supposed to fish with me, but she forgot she had an appointment tomorrow, so she had to cancel.
Yeah.
She wasn't gonna fish with me, but she was gonna stream with me. So
yeah, that's cool. I hope to do her challenge before too long once it warms up just a little bit more.
Where you at again?
I'm in Ohio.
That's right. That's right. I'm actually from Michigan originally.
Oh man, you know that's a bad word for me.
It is what it is.
I hope they do well until the game comes along. That's how I always see it.
Right.
But,
yeah, I'm the same way. It's really funny. I get a lot of guff from my coworkers down here because they're all SEC fans.
Oh yeah, I bet. Although what, Tennessee hasn't done anything in 20 years.
I'm hopeful for them this year. To be honest, they got some good sign-ons this year, but yeah, no, they really haven't.
Well, I think the dynamic in college football is going to change with being able to use your likeness to earn money.
Yeah, that too.
Because the boosters are going to make a big difference in that.
For sure. Not that people weren't buying players already as it was. You can't convince me that hasn't happened at least some.
It's always happened. I don't care what people say.
Exactly.
Everybody always looks for that edge, even if it's kind of in that gray area or not.
Right.
But the more they push that gray area, the more they fade into that black, you know. Like,
I just like with anything in life, though.
Yep. I mean, look at all the stuff you're hearing about Urban Meyer now, since Jacksonville kind of blew up in his face.
Yeah, that's true. And of course, I mean, every time there's a team that wins more than one or two, in a row, you start hearing rumors and stuff too.
Oh yeah. Well, you can't tell me Alabama doesn't have something going on there.
Yeah. I can't tell you they are. I can't tell you they're not. But my opinion is definitely of the same as yours from the sounds of it.
Yeah.
But like you said, with the whole boosters thing, it'll help spread out some of the talent if that actually is a thing.
Well, like Deion Sanders with Jackson State or whatever. He signed a couple of the bigger names right off the bat.
Yeah.
Which I think
I was never a fan of the concept of paying college players money. But I mean, that industry is bigger now than the NFL. Well, I wouldn't say it's bigger than the NFL, but it's up there.
I would probably say it's bigger than the NFL. Well, look at the Big Ten. I mean, every stadium can hold almost 100,000 fans plus.
That is true.
And usually they're in towns that there's not an NFL town.
That's all true.
Like, obviously, I live close to Columbus. in Columbus, they've talked about trying to bring a professional football team in that, and it just gets shot down because Ohio State doesn't want the competition in there.
Right.
Same with professional baseball. They're talking about trying to do that too, and we have a minor league team for the Indians, but they didn't. Ohio State doesn't want that competition.
Yeah, no, we have a minor league baseball team called the Lookouts here in Chattanooga, but we don't have anything else besides that. Well, I'm sorry, I take it back. We have the UTC Mocs, but we're only 2 hours away from Knoxville, where you got Tennessee.
Yeah,
we're only 4 hours, 6 hours away from Memphis with the Grizzlies. So.
Yeah, but I mean, if other than like LA and stuff, and I wouldn't say USC is a big like fan base, like the Big Ten, but yeah, college towns usually aren't like don't have pro sports associated with them for the most part. No, I see a lot of colleges are starting up fishing programs also.
Yeah, a lot of the high schools around here have them too.
Yeah, I don't think we're there yet here, but I'm glad it's getting that way.
Right. I mean, it's mostly bass fishing. They don't really do anything else besides bass, but it's still a start in the right direction.
Well, yeah. I mean, people start doing that, they might venture into other, fishing.
Well, I mean, the biggest thing is, and it all boils down to conservation, obviously. But once you actually get into doing that stuff and you see it, you understand it. It makes sense to more people. I think it's better.
Grew up, you keep what you catch for the most part.
Yep.
And I've never really agreed. I don't really like fish that well, so I've never really agreed with it. But I've always been like, why you want to keep the biggest fish in the pond? Why don't you want to keep it there to, keep producing whatever the same gene line or whatever? And I mean, I even think that way with like bluegill and stuff. Like, I don't mind keeping bluegill, but if I caught a massive bluegill, I want to turn it loose.
Right. Every once in a while, I'll keep a big bluegill or a big shellcracker, but it really depends on how many I'm catching. The bigger ones are easier to clean. And I've never caught a truly massive one either, but I mean, I've caught some that were close to 12 inches or so, and I'll keep those sometimes.
I think the biggest bluegill, not a shellcracker, but a bluegill that I've caught was a little, or 10.5 inches.
Nice.
So, that's pretty big for a bluegill.
Right. I'm going to grab my chair quick. Be right back.
All right.
Oh.
Did you double check everything while you're at the house?
I know for sure I had all my rod holders. Got my nightlight, my phone holder, my headlamp, pedals, paddle, life jacket, base in the back, floorboard thawing out, cooler with drinks, knife I just bought, batteries for my light. Yeah, I got everything. I'm good.
All right, just making sure before you get to the river again.
Yeah, appreciate that. What's up, Viking? Yes, I am home. Sorry, Cena. I forgot my chair. I had to come back in my chair. But yep, on the way back to the lake. Luckily, it's not that far of a drive. I picked a close spot.
So I'm a little new to your channel.
Okay.
So what's your PB down there?
Well, so I'm a multi-species angler. I fish for anything that'll bite. For catfish specifically, I just beat it a couple weeks ago. I don't have that video out yet, but I was fishing the Weekend Angler's Biggest Loser tournament with bobcat. I caught one that was 31.9 pounds.
Oh, that's nice.
And then my absolute biggest fish ever is a shovel bill. It was 33 pounds. I caught it while I was fishing for striper. And
spoonbill?
Yeah, like a paddlefish.
Yeah. I just wanted to make sure because we call it paddlefish up here in Ohio.
Yeah.
But I know that what is it, Missouri and that they call it spoonbills. And then I've never heard it called what'd you call it?
I said spoonbill first, and then I said paddlefish.
Okay. Well, you said something like a shovel spoon or
shovel bill. Shovel bill.
So, yeah, I've never heard it called that.
Yep. It all the same thing.
Okay.
There's been some monsters caught this year too. I know some people broke some state records being broke right now for them.
Well, I knew Cause caught that big one at night with Jody.
Yeah, I was not. I didn't. She didn't have. All I saw was a picture of it. Or I'm sorry. Yeah, picture of it in the water because she couldn't land the big one. But I had never caught them until one day a couple years ago. Because I was at the dam. I was jigging a spoon for striper against the dam wall, and I caught two that day, a 25-pounder and a 33-pounder.
Oh wow!
And I was only using 17-pound line because I wasn't expecting to catch anything massive. I didn't want to get yanked in, and those are some good fights. And that's unfortunately that was before I had the GoPros, so I didn't really have anything other than the picture afterwards. But actually the 25-pounder fought harder, in my opinion, than the 33-pounder.
Isn't that amazing?
I don't know if that's because it was later in the day or there's something else going on with it or what. But I know even with catfish, if you catch one around the 20-pound mark, you got a really good fight. And I've heard anyway that once they get bigger, they don't fight so much. It's more like dead weight.
Yeah, because they know they don't have to fight up current as much.
Right.
Probably. Like my PB blue is 12 pounds. So,
nice.
It's nothing big. So, but it was fun. But I can tell you the channel cats I've caught out of that pond fought a lot harder than that blue.
I believe that too. I actually just broke my PB for flatheads also.
I've never caught one, so
I've only ever caught two my whole life. I caught one that was 6 inches long when I was crappie fishing one time. And for 10 years, that was my record. But then about a month ago, I caught a 24-pounder.
Nice.
Yeah. So I'm hoping to break those more this year, obviously, and it'd be fun to break them from the kayak. But I also fairly new to catching big fish in a kayak, so we'll see how it goes.
I know that the Tennessee River has some nice flathead fishing. I mean, look at Jody and Daryl, and you got Chat Cats fishing and Justin. You know, they
Yep.
all catch nice flatheads.
I don't know what my record on a channel cat is, to be honest. I'm thinking about it. I've caught them so many my whole life. I don't know if I ever really weighed them.
Yeah, mine's only about just a little over 10 pounds. But
If I caught one that big, it probably would be a PB. Because I don't know if I ever caught one that big, but I know I've caught several that were like 5 and 6, and maybe a 7-pounder.
we just we've only caught one so far this year out of the pond. Like I said, the weather's been kind of screwy with us up here, but we've caught one out of there so far. So the one that we caught this year, it was 29 inches, and it was 8.12 pounds.
I got you.
So, and we've never caught a channel cat under 5 pounds out of that pond.
Well, if you got 7-inch bluegill minimum, I mean, I'm sure they're eating good.
Oh yeah, I mean,
So that surprised me.
we caught a bass yesterday. Or my sister caught a bass yesterday that might have been 5 inches.
Jeez.
Yeah, like I mean, she could stick it in her hand, like across her hand, and it barely stuck over.
Right.
So
I think the smallest bass I've ever caught was a smallmouth. I was fishing with a size 2 hook for bluegill. So I mean, it's a big hook for bluegill, right?
yeah.
And the bass was not even as long as the hook.
Oh wow.
To this day, I do not know how I got it hooked in the mouth.
He had to bite it just right. That's for sure.
Yeah. I mean, it was like 2 inches long. It was ridiculous.
Yeah, it's nice to have a farm pond like that I can go to anytime and just relax and fish and not have to worry about everybody else.
Yeah.
Because
My wife
I
makes
have
a good
a,
point.
I have
We
a
have a
public.
friend of ours
Oh,
who
sorry.
has property right on the Tennessee River,
Oh, wow.
and so they regularly have catfish lines in the water. They've caught several 50s and 60s just from their backyard in the last year and a half.
That
They
would be
caught some.
awesome.
Yeah, the biggest flathead I think they was 64, if I
Oh,
remember
wow.
right. And then I know last week, over a course of like 3 days, they caught like 135 pounds worth of fish.
That's, I understand that a boat's nice because you can move a lot and you could probably target more fish. But just to be able to go out in your backyard and throw a line out and enjoy the day.
Exactly. I usually do bank fish, but I enjoy kayak fishing. It's something I'm trying to do more of. But like I was saying the other day on somebody else's stream, I'm a big dude. They don't make wetsuits my size, or dry suits rather my size, for less than like $1,200. So I gotta wait for the water to warm up.
Oh, I got you.
But it was 80 something degrees today, and the water's right around 60. So I mean, that's a safe zone. The rule they go by is the rule of 120. If the air temperature and the water temperature doesn't equal 120, you should wear a suit.
Oh, I didn't even know that.
And I mean, it's just a precautionary thing, right? I mean, if you fall in the water, you get out in a hurry. If the air temperature is warm enough, you're not as likely to get hypothermia.
Yeah. Oh, I get it. I just didn't know that they had a rule like that.
I mean, it's not like a law; it's just a guideline, but they call it the rule of 20. I'll be honest with you, I don't know if there's any laws. I don't know about anywhere else, but I don't think there's any in Tennessee specifically that says you can't fish if it's so cold.
I've never heard of any laws like that anywhere.
Right.
I mean, I know, well, probably Michigan also, certain lakes you probably can't go out on the ice.
Right, unless it's so thick. Yeah.
Yeah. Because
That's one
Ohio's
thing I
that
do
way
miss about
too.
Michigan. I miss ice fishing.
I've never done it.
It's
Now,
cold, but I swear the fish are always fatter.
oh, I'm sure. Well, they probably fatten up for the wintertime.
Right.
So I get it. Like the farmer does ice fishing out there on the pond, but I've never joined him.
It'd be worth a try sometime.
Oh, I'm definitely gonna try it sometime, but I just haven't done it yet. Maybe this next year I'll venture out because it's not like out there. It's not like I couldn't just go sit in the truck or whatever
Right.
and wait for a bite or whatever. It's
I
not
mean, you
like
can
I'd
still wait.
have to just sit out there.
They got things called tip ups and stuff like that where you can you just sit and wait with it. It's got a little
Hmm.
flight that goes off and get a bite. But
Yeah,
most of the time, when I was ice fishing, you had the rod in your hand and you were just jigging a little bait.
yeah. Well, I mean, I don't mind being out there in the somewhat in the cold for a little while, but I don't know if I'd want to sit out there all day. I guess some
I
of it
know,
depends on the sun.
right? From one extreme to the
Yeah.
other.
Yeah, my bones don't like the cold weather as much anymore. Like when I was younger, I would have done it in a heartbeat. But yeah, normally people that I know that would ice fish would go up to Lake Erie.
I got you.
So
I've never actually fished on Lake Erie. I fished in Michigan. I lived it's like 20 minutes away from Lake Michigan, so I fished there. And I fished a lot of the lakes on the west hand side of the lower half of the state.
yeah.
I never really ventured too far north or too far east.
Oh, there's good fishing all around Michigan. That's for sure.
One of these days, I hope to go to Lake St. Clair and try to get on their smallmouth bite.
I've heard of Lake Sinclair. I don't know too much about smallmouth. I've never caught one.
They're fun. Of all the bass species, I feel like they're the hardest fighting.
Nice.
They don't they don't get as big as like largemouth can get, but I feel like on average, if you catch a smallmouth, usually it's a pretty good size.
Yeah, I mean, I've been on the walleye fishing and I've seen people on the boat catch smallies.
I do
Yeah.
wish I had a better system or a better spot for walleye fishing. I've caught a few here, but nothing huge. It's something I'd like to get more into myself.
Yeah. Well, the Great Lakes are great for, stuff like walleye and that. They're colder water fish.
Yep.
Perch.
Yeah, I miss fishing for perch too. Yeah, I got a spot down here. My wife and I find them every once in a while in, and they're fun. Because obviously, if you get into one, you get into a handful of them.
Yeah.
But same story. It's kind of hit or miss. I couldn't say, hey, I'm going perch fishing today and go find them.
Yeah, it's kind of like me with crappie fishing. Like, I don't know. I don't really target them. I just go, like, I'll use, say, a 2-inch grub or whatever, or grub tail.
Yeah.
And a jig and hope to catch some bluegill or bass or whatever. And if I get into some crappie, it's great. If not, it is what it is.
Crappie and catfish and largemouth are probably the three easiest fish for me to find.
Yeah.
Just because everybody else down here fishes for them too, so you can kind of just browse Facebook and get ideas on what's going on, what they're biting or where they're at and whatnot.
Yeah.
And those three fish also generally follow a pretty good pattern that's easy to recognize too.
Yeah, I normally it's either my left shoulder is not the greatest, so I don't like bass fishing all day. That's why I started getting into cat fishing. That way I kind of save my shoulder instead of just keep hurting it. So
there's a thing to be said for heave it and leave it.
Yeah. Well, like when I went to have surgery on my left arm, this was like 5 years ago. They're like, "Did you hurt yourself?" And I was like, "No." I said, "You got to remember, I use this arm every day." I said, "So because what happened is I got bone spurs, and it tore the labrum, or I think it's the labrum muscle, the one on the front side of your shoulder."
Yeah.
And they're like, "Well, you need to be careful of like what you're lifting and all that stuff after this." And I was like, "Okay."
And I out there fishing for 100-pound catfish.
Well, I'm mainly for channel cats, so I'm good. If I catch a 100-pound channel cat, I'm running.
I'm not. I'm having a heart attack.
I'm running for help.
I got you.
And I would second guess fishing in that water because probably something got spilt in there that shouldn't have.
All right. Well, now I'm back at the boat launch.
Well, I'm glad that you finally got all your equipment settled.
Me too. Oh, come on.
No, hopefully we get to go fish with J-Dog again soon. That was fun last year. And then I want to fish with Brad Cadell up on Lake Erie, hopefully.
I hope you get to, man. That'd be cool.
Oh, yeah. It's just a matter of time, like, schedules align.
It's a lot to be said for scheduling. Definitely something I need to get better at. I should have had. Oh, come on, not again. I should have had all this set up already, obviously.
Man, it happens. You start worrying about one thing, you forget something else. So
that's also true.
The more times you go out and do this stuff, the more easier it's going to get. You're going to be like, okay, I got this.
Can you still hear me?
Yep.
Cool.
So what kind of rod and reels do you use?
So I use bait runners, specifically because I carp fish also.
Oh,
I like them for fishing from the bank. The ones I have are a brand called Sujalang, I think is how you pronounce it. I found them on Amazon.
I know what you're talking about. I've never used them.
They're $25 a piece. And they have a good capacity, and I've used them for over a year. Well, at this point, almost 3 years. They work pretty good. But yeah, so I'm gonna start getting some stuff put into the boat, get the rigs put up, and then see if we get this bad boy in the water. See if we get some fish. So give me a few minutes.
Yep, you're fine. Tinkerbell, how's it going? Pazuzu. Brandon, welcome.
For those of you who don't know, Pazuzu's actually my wife.
All right.
She's kept the same name for everything since high school.
Okay. I've had the name Polar Bear since right after high school, so. My family called me a big white teddy bear. So
There
that's
you go.
kind of where it started. And then they're like, no, he's a polar bear. He's got that big claw. Yeah, unfortunately, the family members that gave me that nickname, my aunt, she passed away this morning. So,
I'm sorry to hear that, man.
yeah, it's been coming. She had stage 4 lung cancer. It's
Gotcha.
unfortunate. But at least she was able to, she moved back to Ohio a couple years ago and was able to spend time with her grandkid and stuff like that before she passed away.
I'm sure that made a difference for her for sure.
I'm sure. Hopefully, it makes a difference for him, even though he's younger.
Right.
How's it going, Steven Sheets? Thank you, man.
If my wife's still here, don't let me procrastinate this long again. That.
She says it's not her fault, my love.
Oh, she is still alive.
Yeah, she's here.
What'd you say she said?
She says it's not my fault, my love.
Uh-huh. Okay. It's really not. I was editing a video this morning, so I put one out this week. I should have done the stuff for the trip first.
Hey, the main thing is you're still going to go out. You didn't just say like, "Well, I'm giving up."
Nope.
A lot of people would have said, "I'm giving up," right when they said, "I left my seat."
I mean, but how often do you hear people say that though? That's the big question, right?
Oh, I'm sure with kayak fishermen, it happens quite a bit.
Maybe. Maybe. I don't don't have any fancy catfish rods. These are just Berkeley Big Cats. Or Zebco Big Cat, sorry.
Yeah, I have a Zebco Big Cat rod. It's all right. It's nothing fancy, but it does the job.
It does. I usually use shorter ones, but I figure with dragging baits, probably better to have them a little further apart, especially if I get kicked to the side by a drift or if I move out of the way for a bass boat or something.
Yeah.
Keep from getting tangled so much.
Now, are they 7-foot rods then?
These are 9-footers.
Oh wow. That's gotta be awkward in a kayak.
I don't think so. I mean, they're pretty stiff. I mean, that was a concern.
No,
But
I mean landing fish, like just because it's a longer rod.
I mean, the idea if you're holding it way up here, the fish should still be closer to the boat. I don't think it'd be too bad. I mean, I'm 6 foot tall. So
Yeah, okay.
we'll find out. It's a test run. I've never done it before. We'll figure it out together.
Mhm.
These are those bait running reels I was talking about.
Yeah, the Sojulent. Yeah, there you go.
I got
Well,
the one with the.
if you've used them that long, they've already paid for themselves.
Oh yeah, I mean, like I said, I paid $25 for them. So.
Yeah.
And my wife's PB was caught with them. So, and I've caught several big carp. And my personal best carp is 25 pounds. I caught on them too. So.
Oh wow.
I have
That's a
no
big
complaints.
carp. I watched a newer guy to the catfish. Well, kind of the newer guy in the community. He was out live fishing with his buddy in New Jersey, and they caught a 45-pounder.
Man, I would be extremely happy with a 45-pounder.
Dude, it was they were trying to find scales because the New Jersey record. How's it going, Don R? Don R came in.
Thanks, Don. Thanks for showing up.
The
Running
New
behind.
Jersey record was 47 pounds, and they forgot their scale.
They were close.
Yeah, I mean, they actually went and bought a luggage scale.
You do what you got to do, right?
Well, most carp fishermen they have that that tarp like bag thing that they weigh in or whatever.
Yeah.
So he had that, so luggage scale worked fine.
Right.
But yeah, I mean, they were hoping. They were even trying to get a hold of the New Jersey DNR to see what they needed to do
I got you.
because they knew it was close.
Appreciate the sub, Stephen.
But yeah, you always get excited when you see people catch fish like that.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Last year was the first year I ever went carp fishing, and I caught one.
Same thing. Heave it and leave it.
Yep, I caught one that day right before a rainstorm, and it was probably about 15 pounds.
I was gonna say the smallest carp I've ever caught was like 8. I have lost one that was smaller, but it fell off before I got in the bank. But the one that I did catch was kind of cool because I had never seen in person a lamprey on a fish.
Yeah.
This one had 2 of them in its forehead.
Oh wow.
That was kind of cool to look at.
I know Lake Erie, they have a program to sterilize the lamprey.
Really?
Yeah.
How do they sterilize it?
They do some kind of like, I want to say like radiation to it or something. Okay. It's kind of weird. I've seen it on Dirty Jobs.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I mean, it was weird. Kind of interesting, but they didn't want the population to get too far out of hand, so they sterilize, as much as they can.
Right.
But yeah, my carp was caught on a Shakespeare bait casting reel and rod. Just a cheap Walmart one.
Nothing wrong with that.
Oh man, it was a fight. It took me 20 minutes to land that thing once I got it to the bank. Because every time I went to get the net and try to land it, it would take off again.
Right.
And even with the drag set as tight as I could, it was still able to pull the drag. So
At that point, you're lucky your line held. Then sounds like.
well, I had 65-pound braid.
Oh, you were good then. You were good.
Yeah, I was good, but it was just like, okay, you're gonna take off. Let me drop the net. I lost my hat, or my hat fell in the water. I was, shin deep trying to land the dang thing, but it was fun. I'd do it again, but I definitely know that I would have someone with me the next time I carp fish.
You were telling me to check my stuff. For a second, I thought I forgot the other rod holder.
Oh, what's going on, Buck? Oh, I don't see a message from Buck in here. Don R said Buck Williams. Maybe I'm blind.
It could be the person named Buck Williams is.
Oh, Buck Williams is a follower of the community. I know that.
Okay. Gotcha.
I know you're still learning some of this stuff.
Oh no! Oh, there we go. Okay, cool. It works. Yeah, that should be fine. If this one gets hit, it'll spin the whole rod holder that way.
Don, hopefully you're having a good evening. So how did you end up meeting Bobcat and Daryl?
So Bobcat, I met on Facebook.
Okay.
Said I was going fishing and was willing to meet anybody that wanted to go. And so him and I met at Suck Creek and fished and been friends ever since. And then I met Daryl through him. I got invited to go on a trip, both of them.
Nice.
And that's how that happened.
Yeah, those are two good guys. I enjoy watching them fish.
And they both know what they're doing. I mean, they both are very knowledgeable, which works for me because I'm still figuring it out.
Well, you got two good mentors there, man. That's for sure. So are you going to their meet and greet that they're having in May?
Yeah, I'm going. My wife and I will be there the first day, which I believe is a Saturday.
Well, I hope hopefully everybody has a good time while they're down there.
I think it'll be good. I really do.
Mm-hmm.
It's a good group of people. And that makes a big difference by itself. And then on top of that, give me just a second.
The 14th, yeah. Unfortunately, it's a little too far away from me, or I would probably try to make it. But
I understand that, man. I mean, it's a long drive.
yeah, maybe one day I'll get to travel a little bit more, but I'll stick around Ohio for now.
I got you. Well, if you ever do make it down, man, I'll be more than happy to fish with you.
That would be awesome. I'm hoping to one day fish the Tennessee River chain, whatever. I know you guys have pools and stuff, but
Have what? I'm sorry.
pools like your lakes, your lake fronts and stuff, where the dams are and that. But
Oh, come on, really?
yeah, we looked about moving down there this year, and the realtor told my sister that they don't do home loans for people out of state. That's exactly what they said.
Interesting.
I was like, what? I was like, I've never heard of that. I was like, how the hell do they expect people to move there?
Right.
Because she wanted some land and for some horses and stuff like that, to start a farm basically.
I got you.
And they found a good area, I think up by Kingsport, which is like up towards Bristol.
Yep.
And that's what they were told when they called about it.
That is interesting.
Yeah, it sucked because I told her I'd move in a heartbeat down there. Yeah, that's right, Don. I am a little closer than you. I'm not out there in North Dakota. Birchwood? I can tell my sister to look at Birchwood.
Bait of choice tonight.
Skipjack?
Yep. Courtesy of Bobcat. Well, I helped him catch them, but they're in his freezer.
Nah.
And actually,
At least when you guys go to that event, you'll know. Well, you'll have an idea who most of the people are. So it's not going to be awkward meeting people. It's going to be like, just meeting up with your friends.
Well, according to my wife, I can make a friend with a wall. So,
well,
that part's never been too much of a problem for me to talk to people.
Welcome in, Susquehanna Stan. I'll tell you what.
Didn't he fish a challenge today against somebody?
No, that's Tuesday. Tuesday, it's gonna happen.
Ah, okay. It's him at the hog. What do they call it?
The hog pen.
Hog pen. That's it. Yeah.
Yeah.
I wanted
to go to CatCon, but the week before we had an ice storm and I fell.
Oh, that's not good.
Oh, it wasn't good. It was brutal. So I kind of had to miss out.
That sucks, man.
There's always next year.
There is. I will say, it seems like the one in Louisville is the favorite one. Not Louisville. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, Louisville. Well, it's because I think most of the catfishing is done on the eastern, more of the eastern states.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not saying that Missouri and all them don't have plenty of it, but you look at geographical, how many people in Ohio do catfishing, Tennessee, Kentucky, all that stuff. Yeah. Pazuzu, that's all right. I'm getting better. I've had to do some injections, and it's helping. Don, I'd love to. Last time I was out in your area, I was in Iowa, and that was probably when I was 21. My sister lived out there for a while. But yeah, back when I was younger, when I used to frequent the bars and stuff, my friends actually put a bumper sticker on my truck that said, "I'm not a slut, I'm just popular." Before I noticed it, it was on there for a week. What's going on, Jerry Fox? Don, I know you would. We'll talk to my sister, see what she has planned this summer. We'll come out to North Dakota if it's possible. Fortunately, we got my nephew's graduation and stuff like that this year, and he's getting ready to go to college and trying to get him set up.
Jay Fox is going slow. I forgot half my stuff. I go back to the house.
Twice.
And I had to make a Wally World run. Yep.
What'd you do? Pick up some Berkeley big game for your leader?
Yes, sir. I did. They only had 50-pound, but that'd be all right. If I ever get up.
See, people think I'm nuts, but my leader line is a 65-pound braid for the channel cats.
There's nothing wrong with that. There's a lot of rock.
The heavy mono, I can't snell it. Every time I try to make the loop around the shank of the hook, it unravels on me because I don't have enough grip strength in my right hand to hold that mono still.
Right. It's understandable. I know Bob likes to use 80-pound.
Hey, whatever works, man. I know 65-pound for channel cats is probably a little overkill, but it works.
I mean,
we've even caught bluegill on it, so using 1/0 circle hooks.
Trying to think the last time I used a 1/0 circle hook for anything.
They're great for carp fishing.
Probably using them for bass actually last year. So actually for carp fishing, the person that got me into it, I used eagle claws, just a size 6 eagle claw for forever, because I was doing the hair rig thing.
Yeah.
And I still do the hair rig thing, but I've upgraded to the Gamakatsu brand. Has a couple of series of carp hooks that have outturned eyes, and they work better for the hair rig. So I use them a lot more now. But then I have a friend of mine also who only uses circle hooks for carp too. So.
Yeah, I just used corn that day, so I didn't make no pack bait. I just wanted to keep it simple because, like I said, I'd never done it before, and I didn't want to get too far involved and be disappointed.
Understand that too.
But I could understand where people get a little obsessed and they want to get into different pack baits and different styles of like method rigs and stuff like that.
So my favorite back bait is just a big tub of oatmeal, half
Yeah.
of it, and then 1 can of cream style corn.
Yeah.
Chuck it in a bag, shake it together. That's you can't go wrong with that. It's simple. It's easy to do. And 1 bag will last you a whole day, which I like, unless they're really, really biting. I've had some days where I've had to make a second bag, but only 1 bag works fine.
Yeah, we do you know who Fishing the Dream George Ray is?
Say it again?
Do you know who Fishing the Dream is? His name's George
Yeah.
Ray.
I don't know him personally, but I know of him.
Right. Well, you know him through the chats and stuff.
Yep.
He's from the UK, and he's actually sending me some of his carp stuff
Oh, nice.
because he's getting ready to move, and he said he can't travel with abroad with all his carp stuff.
It definitely can get bulky. I mean, it's just like catfishing gear, though.
Oh yeah, my truck's full of gear, man. I usually keep it where I could just basically go on the, just whenever.
I'm sure my wife wished I had less.
Mhm. There could be worse hobbies.
Oh, that's for sure. That is for sure.
No, this last week I just hit 500 subscribers. So this
Nice,
next week
man.
I should have my community tab to be able to help share people out.
That's awesome, dude.
Yeah, and that was my goal this year, and Mike's Fishing Home really helped me get there.
Well, Mike's definitely a good dude. I know Bob's helped me out a lot too.
Oh
With
yeah.
mine and Daryl, and Big Mike from Fishing with Big Mike too. All those guys have been super, super helpful.
Yeah, she says that she only wish she had less gear because traveling with a baby.
That's fair. That is. I can't fight with her on that one. It's still hard to believe she's about to be a year old.
They grow fast, man. They're like weeds.
Well, she was 4 months early, so we spent 113 days in the hospital. So I mean, we've only had her home since September. So
Yeah,
like,
man, I know the struggle, and I don't know it personally, but I seen my best friend go through it with his daughter. She was born. She was due in October, like the second or third week in October, and she was born July 3rd. So
wow. Yeah, ours was. She was due September 13th. She was born on May 20th.
yeah, so I understand that they didn't get to bring her home until after Thanksgiving when they
Wow.
did, and she's like, she'll be 3 this year, so
Well, she went all
she's
right
doing
then, huh?
good. She's doing good, that's for sure.
I'm glad to hear that.
And my friend, being the lovable person that he is, we were talking when she was still in the hospital. This was, just shortly after she was born. He's like, "What am I going to do if she turns out with something like you, meaning cerebral palsy or whatever?" And I was like, "Dude," I said, "you learn how to live with it, and you'll still love her." I said, "It won't change how you feel about her. It just means it'll be another obstacle." But she doesn't, as far as I know, there's nothing other than a weak immune system, which probably
Right.
your
Yeah.
daughter has the same thing.
Yep. All pretty
Or,
weekend.
yep. So,
Yeah, and poor Josie, she's already had COVID. She had it. She got it. When was that? few months back, she had it. We ran through our house again. My wife and I have had it twice now, and which I mean for us, the second time wasn't so bad. The first time you lose your taste. We lost our taste and smell the first round. That was horrible.
Yeah, my twin sister still doesn't have her taste or smell back, and it's been over a year.
That's nuts.
Well, it's nuts, but it's kind of funny at the same time.
Well, so the first time we got it was the week of Thanksgiving.
Oh man,
I love Thanksgiving. I love food, and yeah, that sucked. I don't wish that on anybody.
No. Like last summer, my sister left a container of night crawlers in her car for over a week in the summertime. And she didn't know it.
Because she couldn't smell it.
She couldn't smell
it.
So we'd get in her car. We'd be like, man, what the hell does that smell? She's like, I don't smell anything. I've seen her pick up a piece of candy off the ground from where they where they basically saddle the horses and all that stuff up off the ground and eat it.
Yeah.
And I was like, there ain't no way I'd not drop it in that area.
Right.
She's like, I can't taste it.
My wife wants to tell you about the turkey. You know, like I said, we got the week of Thanksgiving. I was house sitting for my parents. And when they came home, my dad was supposed to take a turkey from upstairs, downstairs, and put it in the extra freezer they had.
Yeah.
Well, it never made it in the freezer. So I went to take care of the animals one day, and the cats and the dogs wouldn't go anywhere near the kitchen at all, which is where their door is for the basement.
Yeah.
And I didn't think nothing of it. I thought they were just being kind of weird, but I fed them anyway, you know, and let them out and whatnot for 3 days. My mom and dad come home. They open up the front door. They said they both about passed out right there on the spot. My mom was throwing up. It was pretty awful. But I didn't smell it at all. So they called me and said, "How did you not smell that?" I'm like, I didn't smell it. So that's when I went and got my test and found out I was positive.
Yeah. That's almost a dead giveaway right there.
Yeah, right. And all I could say was, oops.
That sucks, but it's kind of funny.
It is funny. For sure.
Poor mom and dad.
Yeah. Get this last one rigged up. And I got to put my milk crate on here still, but I think I'll be pretty much ready to go after this.
What's going on, Big Mike?
Mike. What's going on, buddy? Hey, since you're here, I want you to see something. See that? 50 pounds. Just wanted you to make sure you saw it. When I first met Mike, it was down at the dam. And I kid you not, he walks up there with these saltwater rods and reels, and I'm sitting there using 10-pound test line. Or I'm sorry, I was using 20. I was fishing for catfish. And he walks up with his 120-pound weed eater string. And to this day, I'll never forget it. Somebody had caught a crappie. It was like 14 inches long. He takes his crappie. He chucks it on a hook. He throws it out there as far as he can cast. And, of course, he got the saltwater rod. So he's going – there's little holes in the dam. They're like 10, 20 feet wide. There's like 6 of them, right? So from the bank, he chucks Most people are fishing the second and third hole. That's about the max most people can cast. He casts out there to this fifth hole, and he's sitting there, and his rod goes down. And man, if it didn't sound like a cannon went off when that line broke, it was ridiculous, man. Absolutely ridiculous.
Oh man, I bet it sounded like a cannon. Everyone probably ducked. Like, oh crap, what was that?
Start my truck back up so the battery doesn't die. I guess I could tell you that story too. So I had planned this trip. My tags were bad, so I had to get that taken care of. Well, the night before I was gonna get it done, I went ahead and was gonna pack the truck with everything. Go out to my truck, battery's dead. Well, when I was getting out of my truck, I locked my keys in my truck. It didn't have a spare set. So this whole trip's been kind of a cluster to start with, I guess.
Yeah.
But still doing it. Still gonna make it happen.
So the only time that I went out with J-Dog lives down on the river side of Kentucky, on the Ohio River there, right? So
yep.
It's 2.5 hour drive, 3 hours for me, something like that, to where the boat landing was. We get there. It was calling for rain that day. We're like, well, we've already driven this far. We're going to go out anyways. Exactly. So we fish all day in the rain. What's going on, Mike Costello? But we fish all day in the rain, and then all of a sudden, like, a cold front starts moving in, and we're like, it was like 6 o'clock at night, so we're like, let's go. It's going to be a long ride home anyways, because we're like wet dogs.
Right.
So we get back to the boat ramp, and J-Dog's like, I can't find my key.
Oh, no.
Truck. And I was like, well, do you need me to take you somewhere? He's like, no, I'm calling a locksmith. He's like, I don't have a spare key. And he's like, I'm just going to have my brother-in-law come and grab the boat. I'm like, all right. And I was like, are you sure you didn't check your cooler bag? Because he brought a cooler bag with food and stuff. He's like, no, I never put it in there. He unloaded his cooler bag the next day and found it.
Yep.
I was like, dude, I could have saved you $300 if you'd have just listened to me.
Yep.
Because they had he had to have a whole brand new key made.
Oh, wow. Okay, yeah, his was way expensive then.
Yeah.
That's gross.
So I was like, oh, man, I felt so bad. He wouldn't even take any gas money either from us for the boat. But, I did let him know that we got home safe and stuff.
All right. I think we're finally getting there. For those who have been here since the beginning, I appreciate you sticking around. For those just now showing up.
Well, you're only an hour and a half late so far.
Definitely could have been worse. Definitely could have been worse. Put this here. Put this here. Oh, you know what? I forget my lights. Hang on.
What's going on, Rez? Welcome in. Off the Rez, Catfish Hunter. Better late than never, Mike said.
Yep.
Mike Costello just said it that he hook set you. We appreciate that, Mike.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that last part. What did Mike say?
Mike Costello just hook set you.
Sweet. Thanks for the hook set, guys. Appreciate that very much. I'm assuming once I get through the first trip, the next trip will be faster and better set up.
Always will be, man. Like I said, the more times you do it, the more you'll know what's going on. We did good Saturday night. 39-pound, 10-pound flatty, or 39 and a 10-pound flatty, and several teeners and one 20-pound blue. Well, that's a
Hey,
good
man.
night there, Big Mike.
Yes, it is. Ain't no hundo, but you'll get it, man. I
Well,
know you've been chasing it for
they
a
probably
while now.
added up over 100 pounds.
Oh, for sure. Now, I have no idea how well this light's going to do in terms of lighting up the scenery around here, but it's not for that. It's for making other boats be able to see me. So that's all I'm worried about.
He said that the 39-pound flathead hit like a freight train. It was awesome.
My
Big
wife was
Mike,
kind enough to let me.
I think he said he was fishing the lakeside at Chickamauga.
Yes, I'm fishing up on the lake above the dam. I didn't think it'd be a good idea to mess with current on my first trip out after dark. Speaking of cat, can I pick up this head torch up there? This thing is awesome. I can't remember what brand it is. It's a Quantum something. But I picked it up at CatCon, told my wife I wanted to buy it. Of course, I had the test me button on it, so I clicked it. I couldn't see for 20 minutes.
Well, that's about the light that I was using last night to fish. It came off of a backhoe. Just a 12-volt LED light that came off of a backhoe. Just
Hey,
hooked
man.
an extension cord up to it.
I say if it works, it works.
Yeah. Big Mike said that they're running 14.4K at the dam.
They're pulling how much? 14? Yeah.
14.4.
I shouldn't feel it up here. Like I said, I'm gonna fish. I got a flat with creeks channels to do first. It's closer to the boat launch. That island's more the last resort if they're not biting in the creek. So we should be good.
Big Mike said that they were biting good at the island just north of downtown yesterday.
I believe it. I definitely believe it. I think we're good to back up the water now.
Mike said that the spring pre-spawn gorge is on.
Works for me.
Anything that catches you more fish, right?
Yep. That one's good. That one's good. Fish finder's plugged in. I gotta put the crate on once I get the kayak out of the truck. This extra stuff. You need to fix the camera a little bit more.
Your wife said, aren't you going to deal with your bait before you already hit the water?
You know what? That's a good point. I should do that. But I don't have a cutting board on here.
Thanks, Bazoo.
Love of my life for 7 years.
Mm-hmm. Obviously, she's still watching over you. Even though she's not there.
Yep. Well, I know when I went back to get my seat, she was a little freaked out because said her husband was home already. We have an app that she and I use to keep an eye on each other when I'm fishing and whatnot.
Yeah.
And works out pretty good.
She's correcting you on the time. She's like nearly 10 years.
Been married for 7.
Big Mike said the water temp. Big Mike said the water temp Saturday was 67 degrees.
$67?
Yeah.
Awesome. It's a little warmer than I thought it would be. But I'm not complaining because, like I said, I ain't got a wetsuit. So.
Big Mike said next time you go, holler at him. He had a 5-gallon bucket full gizzard, shad, and shell crackers.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Those have been nice to have tonight for sure. Skip check wise, I need this. Actually,
He said he could bring some. He's only 15 minutes away.
that's all right. I got 4 skipjack here. They're already thawed out. I'm gonna go and use them.
Mike said 10-4. I hope you get a bunch.
Me too, buddy. Me too. We got to get out there first, though. Just cup 2 of these for now. That'll be enough for a little bit, unless it's really, really hot. Which, if it happens, I'm not complaining, obviously.
Your wife said I told him that he needed a cutting board. He said he didn't. Looks like I'm gonna get him a new cutting board for the future.
I love my wife. She's awesome. Was very, very lucky to find her.
Did you find her or did she find you?
I found her.
No, I guess you are lucky then.
She thought I was creepy and told me to leave her alone the first time I messaged her. We met online. And she drove the same car I drove. So on the back windshield of a Ford Escort ZX2, it has the letters ZX2. You know, nothing crazy, nothing abnormal sounding. And so I messaged her and said, "Oh, hey, you drive a Ford Escort ZX2, so do I. That's cool." And she did. She messaged me back and said, "How do you know what I drive?"
Yeah.
And I also lived in South Pittsburgh, Tennessee, and she lived in Saudi Davie, which is about 45 minutes apart. And she said she wouldn't even consider going on a date with me unless I moved closer. So I moved. Not because of her, but I just moved. And then we went on a date, and here we are now. That was 10 years ago.
That's cool.
Yeah. All right. Well, I'm going to leave you guys hooked up to the boat. I'm going to go back down the ramp and see if we can get this thing in the water and get this started. So I'll see you guys in a few minutes.
I know it's hard when you're trying to get stuff ready, Pazuzu, from my own life. It's nice having someone else there to read the chat. Maybe next time you can be his co-host. Oh, I get that, Pazuzu. Trust me. Definitely the kiddo is more important than talking to us. Oh, that's good. I'm glad that you're supporting his dreams and hopes. Oh, goals and dreams. Sorry.
I forgot to mute the mic. Sorry about the brakes, guys. Truck needs work.
I didn't even hear it.
That's good.
I'm gonna grab something to drink real quick. I'll be back.
Okay. This part might get a little loud. I'm going to go ahead and mute it just in case.
SpongeBob narrator, one eternity later. Your wife said that. Well, we can definitely say 2 hours later, because that's how long he's been live. He'll probably always be late, but not as bad as the next time. Oh, you never know. Things happen. It's all right. It's one reason why when I usually go live, I don't try to schedule it because I never know. I just kind of go, and if I decide I want to go live that day, I go live. I don't always go live. I have family like that too, Pazuzu. Like, tell them to show up. You can always guarantee they're going to be at least an hour late.
I go park the truck. I'll be right back.
All right. The way it sounds is like you're his prized possession, not the kayak. Well, I guess that's right. I guess the kayak can be considered family also. Your wife said that your kayak is your prized possession.
No, my wife is my prized possession. Hope she heard
That's
that
what I
too.
told her. But she said she's not an object.
She is not an object. She is correct on that part as well. Okay, I think we're ready to shove.
Well, that light's bright.
I'll see how I want to do this.
Well, that's the first sound of water.
Yeah. All right, here's the fun part. Getting in without flipping.
Yeah, Jay Fox, he said that he's fishing on the top side of Chickamauga Dam. She said, don't forget to turn your light on.
My light is on already. Because I'm assuming she's talking about my 360 light.
Well, either that or your light that, yeah, I'd imagine that's so the other boaters can see you.
All right. We're on the water. So that's plus. There is one downside to all this.
What's that?
I don't think my camera's in a very good spot. My phone, rather. Because I'm assuming y'all can't see squat right now, right?
Nope. I can barely see your sleeve on your Your arm. There you go.
Yeah, that's not a good spot. Okay.
Yeah, we're just looking at your knees.
Perfect. That's all I wanted y'all to see.
You didn't tell him to shave his legs before he went out like this? She said that you're not an Olympic swimmer. You don't need to shave.
She's not wrong. But yeah, it looks like the angle y'all are going to get tonight is just my knees all night. That kind of sucks. I can still show you fish, though, at least in chit-chat. So, that's a plus. I'm going to put this pedal drive in quick.
Can you actually read the chat from there, though?
I can.
Okay. That's one of the main things.
I'm going to shut my camera off for because I need the light. I'm going to blind you guys. There we go.
Your wife said that she's going to bed now since that you're on the water, but she's going to keep the stream running. She said, have a good night and tight lines.
Well, good night, sweetheart. Love you.
Jay Fox told your wife good night. Yeah, Jay Fox, he's going after some catfish. He's going to be dragging baits.
That's the plan anyway. Definitely have to work on the setup.
You just don't know until you get out there and try it, man.
That's true.
It might look good at home, but until you get out there and start using it, you're like, this ain't good. I mean, I wonder how many times Kayak Catfish changed his kayak setup around trying to figure it out.
I'm sure more than a few. For
Yep.
sure.
I'm sure you could talk to Green Machine and see what, or get some suggestions from him. I know he hasn't been doing a lot of kayak fishing, but I know he does it.
Well, might be hand paddling this all night.
Oh man.
Because my rudder's not wanting to come out. So I'll be able to go forward and backwards with the pedal, but I'll have to steer with the paddle.
That'll be interesting.
Yeah. There's nothing else that leaves me some good exercise.
Stan said, cool the crotch cam.
Woo! Yeah, I gotta fix that. Sorry, guys. That's really annoying. My rudder wouldn't come out. Water temperature here is 68 degrees.
That's pretty warm.
Yeah, I gotta set up this fish finder at some point. It's all jacked up. There's no way there's 100 fish underneath me that aren't on the bottom.
Jay Fox said he's 4.5 to 5 hours away, but his brother-in-law lives in Oak Ridge.
Uh-huh.
I'm not sure where Oak Ridge is.
It's outside. It's between Knoxville and Nashville,
Oh, okay.
if I remember correctly.
I've only really been in Tennessee once, and that was just to drive through it.
Right.
Drove all the way across 40. I went from Bentonville, Arkansas to Bristol, Tennessee. Before I headed home.
This is doable.
Well, the question is, what's going to happen when you catch a fish?
I'll be spun around in circles over and over again until I figure out where I'm at. But other than that, ain't a big deal. Sorry for the light again. Let's get these sinkers out. I made some DIY Draggin sinkers. They're not the best, but they're cheap. I don't know if you guys probably can't see that, can you?
Yeah, we can see part of it. There you
But
go.
it's just these are roughly 3 ounces. Ideally, you'd have a shell on the outside of them to protect against brush and stuff. But I don't have a way to shrink the shrink wrap to do it, so
Oh, you don't have a heat gun?
I do not have a heat gun.
Yeah.
I think that'll work. Get this other sinker put up quick, and then we'll get the Draggin. I'm gonna have a headpiece on my left and a body section on my right. In case anyone's curious. There's fish splashing around over here, so that's a good sign. Nice bloody headpiece. And honestly, the hardest part about kayak fishing, I'm sure that Green Machine could tell anybody this too. Him and I actually fished from, I think it's the same kayak. It might not be the same year, but it's a Hobie Pro Angler 14. And he's a lot skinnier than me, but he definitely knows what he's doing. And one of the biggest things about fishing out of a kayak or even a canoe or a tiny boat is balance. All right, we're baited up. Going to. Oh, that's an issue I didn't think about. I did not think about that. That should be right. Currently in 30 feet of water. Paddle forward a little bit. Get some more line out. I'm looking for about 50. It's 30 feet deep, so I'm looking for at least 30 feet behind the boat too. So I'm just going a distance. Nothing set in stone. I think that's right about right. Now we're just cruising, waiting for a bite. with these 9-foot rods, I got the baits almost 20 feet apart. Welcome back.
Yeah, sorry, I hit the wrong button. I was trying
All
to clear a
good.
notification.
Been there, done that. Well, I do know this. I do know the Scotty rod holder I got. That's definitely gonna have to get changed. The other one I got from Academy is not working just fine though.
Jay Fox wants to know if you were on Danny Stone's last night.
I was there watching. I was not. I wasn't there very long. I got up in the middle of the night and I think caught the very end of it. Because Jody was fishing with him too, wasn't she?
Oh, I don't know. I'd imagine so. Because Jody was fishing this morning. So I figured she'd been out.
Thursday.
I know, weather pending, she basically lives on the boat from Thursday to Sunday. Jay Fox said yes. Yeah, didn't he have like basically a free for all? Analyst. I know there was a lot of people live yesterday throughout the day.
Check this rod holder quick, see my nerves. Or at least need to make it so my rod won't fall out of it when it goes backwards like it's not supposed to.
Right.
Yeah, I think the lock on this one's no good. That's right. I'm on the water now. It took me an hour and a half to get out here. I'm fishing.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah, he said that he was or Danny was on all night Saturday or last night.
Okay, yeah. So I caught the beginning of it, or the end of it. I mean, because I was up at 3. And I stood out with him until it ended, and I watched Jody for a little bit until Ernie Brown got on, and I went and chatted with him and Rusty a little bit while I fed my daughter and whatnot.
Yeah, Ernie lives about 20 minutes from me.
Okay, cool. He's a good dude. I like him and Chrissy.
Oh yeah, I've actually got to meet him down at Lake Logan where they fish quite a bit.
Cool. Yeah, I met them both at CatCon.
Yeah, Ernie's a big guy. Yeah, I know Chrissy's been battling bronchitis this week.
Yeah. You know what I wonder? I wonder if there's a piece that you're supposed to hook on to keep the rudder from falling off while you're driving. I bet I have it down still.
Oh, I know. Yeah, probably. Oh, J Fox, that's for sure. We're a bunch of night owls.
Yep. Well, I'm on third shift again for the next month and a half. So.
Big Mike said, "Come on, 80-pounder."
If I get hook an 80-pounder in this boat, it will get flipped. So I would be going to the bank before I even attempted to lift that. There ain't no way. That's if I didn't have a heart attack first. Yeah, I'm gonna have to redo the whole thing because I can't see the chat from here either anymore. I do like Green Machine's rod holders. I definitely hope to get some of those at some point.
I'm not sure which.
He's got the buddy that made the brackets for the monster rod holders.
Oh, okay.
But what happens is with the regular mounts, you can't really put anything on them to keep them from ripping out of the boat. Which is why I was using the bait runner instead of bait casters today. Ideally, was that I would just sink that down. But
well, Big Mike changed his answer or his comment to, "Come on, 8-pounder."
Look, man, I'd be happy with an 8-pounder. I've not put a catfish in this boat yet. And I've had it for over half a year now.
JBT JBT just stopped in. He just said, "What's up, Antoine?"
What's up, buddy? Go ahead and put the bait around this. We'll see if this will work. Because I think I just had a hit on that one. I'm hopeful, at least.
Well, we want to see you catch fish.
And that's the whole point of a fishing channel, isn't it?
Well, hopefully. Some use it for talking. Like me.
There's nothing wrong with that either, man.
Nah, I'm sure I'll catch plenty of fish this year. Like I said, I've got I've got the farm pond that I can fish anytime. My best friend's got a pond in his front yard that's has decent sized bass in it that I can fish anytime. And what's nice about going out there in the summertime is he's got a partially covered dock with electricity and a fan.
That's not fishing. That's luxury right there.
Right?
No, I mean, if you got a good setup, that's just the way to do it, man. I know Daryl. I'm fishing with him, and I laughed at him for having fans on his boat. One day when he and I went, it was really, really hot. I was very, very appreciative of said fans.
Yeah, you might make fun of it, but in the practical use of them, you
Oh, yeah.
can't beat it. Even though it's hot air moving around, just that little extra is just
Nice.
It's so helpful. Like I have two of those fans that you can put around your neck.
Yeah.
And they help a lot, and they're rechargeable. So
I'm gonna get a little more line. I don't think I'm maintaining bottom. Yeah, I'll be about good. I've not seen a single fish on the bottom of my fish finder at all the whole time.
Don R came back in. Welcome back, Don R.
Welcome back, buddy. No fish yet. Lots of technical difficulties. A couple mechanical ones. I got some stuff to work out. Right now I went in front of a bluff wall and come up on a flat now. Start off in 30 feet of water, now I'm up to almost 20. There's a creek bed coming up here at some point. That's what I'm looking for. It's like a 10 or 12 foot drop in that creek channel. And I'm thinking that after talking to Bob, that the catfish are using it as a highway from the main river channel over to these flats. So I'm thinking that'll be pretty good. I do know one thing, if nothing else, at least I'm getting a workout in. Not that we all couldn't do that a little more, right?
Oh, that's for sure. Have you ever tried fishing out of one of the paddle boats?
I've never tried fishing out of one, no.
Oh, they're a pain.
I bet. And they're noisy.
Oh, yeah.
Before my father-in-law passed away, he and my mother-in-law used to fish out of one. I never understood how they did it. But they did.
I'm not saying I didn't catch any fish out of it, but it's so awkward to maneuver to fish out of.
I mean, you're basically fishing in a giant cube of plastic.
Yeah. I mean, I understand why people do kayak because they're pretty streamlined and maneuverable.
I
Paddleboat's
had
not so much.
right before I got this Hobie, I had a Perception Outlaw 11.5. It was really stable, but it was kind of hard to maneuver a little bit sometimes. It was more square bodied than a regular kayak.
Yeah.
And I'm not doing it in 20 foot of water, but apparently, supposedly you can stay in these things and fish. I've seen people do it. I may try.
You're better off just sitting down right where you're at, man. There's a reason why you went back and got your seat.
You're right.
I don't even know how people fish off jet skis.
Man, there's a guy down here. You know, the brand Jet Ski makes or Sea-Doo, I think, actually makes a fishing specific jet ski. Has a fish finder built into it and some special features for cleaning the engine out when you're in shallow water, because they're not made to go with super shallow water normally because of the way they cool the engines. But they got like an anti-reverse to blow water backwards through it in case you get mud and weeds in it. And they have like I said, they got a built-in fish finder. They have enough room on the back for like a 50 quart cooler. My wife thought she wanted one until she realized she couldn't go fishing after dark at all with it because it's still considered a personal watercraft. And it doesn't have any lights or anything. You can't set it up with lights like you can with a kayak.
Right.
I'm not 100% on it, but I'm under the impression you can't use them after dark in Tennessee. So yeah, she didn't want one at that point. Plus, they cost as much as the car. They're like $31,000.
That's crazy.
No, that's not right. I think they're $16,000. I think we got two of them, one for her and one for me. It'd have been as much as the car.
That's insane.
But there's one guy. He started a YouTube channel too, I think. But he fishes with his boxer on the back of it.
Oh wow.
He's a pretty nice guy. He's only crossed my lines once.
Dude, I know people get mad about that, but it happens. Like,
there's a difference when it just happens, but there's also a difference where if it's obvious somebody's fishing from the bank and you can see, like, I know Mike gets bugged a lot about it. If I have 7 or 8 rods out and I have lights on the rods and you can see the line going out into the water, yeah, you should give me some space. I'm not saying I own the line, but
Mike can cast across the river.
that is true. That is true. Him and his 200-mile cast. I was fishing up on a smaller river yesterday, or Friday, I mean, and just for giggles, I tried casting, and I almost made it all the way across. It's one of the feeds into the Tennessee River.
I mean, I understand, but you got to give and take a little bit both ways. You know what I mean? You can't expect a boat fisherman shouldn't be coming in if they can see you, like a lot of bass boats do. Like they'll come in and fish right on top of you. I don't agree with that, but you know, like you said, if you're casting out as far as you can, and someone comes across your line, and they thought they gave you enough room, whose fault's that?
Right. Well, I finally saw a fish on the bottom on the fish finder.
Well, that's good.
Still haven't found that creek yet, though. I thought I found it by now. don't find it here soon, I'm going to move over to that island.
Now, I know we can't see very well, but can you see out there very well?
Yes and no. I can see right immediately around my boat. I definitely need to get a better light. There's one light they have on Amazon I really want to get for it. It's the same one that Bob has for his boat. The thing is awesome, but it's $80. But I would have it behind my seat and have it going over my head and flashing down on top of me that way.
Yeah.
I thought about some other options too, but all the other ones I could think of would either blind me or would blind the cameras. I can't really. That's like the only option really is to do above your head. Oh, there's some big fish on the bottom there. There's a tree or something. Come on, that should be something.
Come on, fish. You know you want the skipjack head.
I got the bait runners engaged on both of them, so if they do get hit, we should be able to hear it. Plus, they're little. It's definitely possible I'll lose a rod tonight, though.
Well, let's not think that way.
Well, either A, those weren't catfish, or B, the fish finder lied. One of the two.
Oh, I hit the wrong button.
Oh, hang on. I'll fix it. If anybody wants to hop in, there's the link. I'll put it up there again for Polar. But if anybody else interested, you're more than welcome to hop on. Hang on just a second, Polar. Welcome back.
Sorry about that, man. I always hit the wrong button.
You're good, man. It happens. I will say I still haven't found this creek yet. I've gone about, I don't know, I've gone quite 2 miles. I'm close, though. So I'm thinking about switching over to that island rather than trying to fish this flat completely blind, you know?
Yep.
In fact, I think I'm going to go ahead and do that. I'm going to start shifting.
Now, when you lived in Michigan, did you do the salmon fishing and all that stuff?
My dad took me once. I didn't do any good. I was but either 10 or 11.
I just don't know if I could fish that close to everybody.
Well, if you ever come to Tennessee and you start fishing the dams at all, you're
Yeah.
that close, whether you want to be
Oh,
or not.
man.
It's just the way it is. Nature
Yeah.
of the beast.
Mm. Yeah, probably a lot of people are after like the skipjack and that stuff, aren't they?
There's a few. It kind of just depends. There's some commercial fishermen now that are here for skipjack to catch and sell. Most of them are just guys doing something after work. But
Yeah.
For the most part, they're nice. Every once in a while, you run into a butthole, but
Yeah.
that's anywhere you go, anywhere you fish. Oh, don't tell me I found that creek channel finally. I might have found it. Jeez.
That's good.
Maybe. No signs of life or structure in it, though. No, it's in the creek channel. There's definitely fish out here, though. There's a lot of them jumping. Haven't been able to see what they are, though. Possibly skipjack, could be bass.
Yeah, it could be carp rolling too.
That's also true. Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and try to see if we can find this island. Yeah, I can't see the clock. What time is it?
It is 1:36
1:36.
Eastern time.
Yeah, that's where I'm at. My wife was hoping I'd be home at 6, so I'm gonna try to get off the water at 4:30. I'd like to put at least one fish in the boat, though.
Yeah. You've been live for 3 hours and 5 minutes.
Yeah, no fish. That's a pretty bad percentage.
Well, seeing that over 2 hours of that was just getting set up.
Ready? Yeah. Normally, I don't like scheduling it like you said, but with it being so small, I put it on some public forums and stuff too. So I didn't want to just have everybody guessing all the time about it, you know.
Right.
But now I kind of feel bad because we got 2 hours of me driving and talking.
Could be worse, man.
For sure. I do know I'm gonna try to get this PVC pipe phone holder set up better. I think if I do 145-degree angle and go back for me a little ways, then bring it up a little higher, I think it'd be all right. Try to get away from the crotch shot, you know.
I don't have that problem. If all I have to do is go to view chat and I don't have to see any of it. But with no light on, I don't see anything except for your knees every once in a while.
That's also true. I want to get a Ram makes a phone holder, a tablet holder, to go on these OBA trails. Well, they don't go on the A trail itself, but it's so you can go on any kind of track mounted system.
Yeah.
And it would put the phone much closer to me. I could have it next to my fish finder, and I could actually read the chats and stuff. The problem with that is you would get some weird angle of my face, which is why it's kind of nice having somebody to talk that can read the comments.
Right.
So I can actually put it in a spot where everybody can see everything. Looks like a bigger mark. That might have been a fish. Still got decent bends in the rod tip, so I'm maintaining the bottom. Yeah, I think at this point I'm a little over a mile away from the dam.
Is that where the island is? Up by the dam?
Yeah, it's an upriver of it. It's a pretty big island, according to the map. I've never actually fished it, but it should be easy to find. And that's the idea. If I can get over there, and I'm just moseying over there. I'm not trying to be there in a hurry. Trying to just maintain bottom the whole time. You know, might as well fish while I'm moving, right?
Right.
And but the creek channel splits around that island, and it goes up from like 60 feet up to 20. It's like basically it's a giant ledge on both sides, but it's kind of gradual. Hence the name island instead of a ledge. But seems to always be some fish around it. But I'm still in 20 foot of water, so I know I'm on this flat still. And I was a little worried about this spot the other day too, because I drove by it and was Friday night, I think, or no, it was Saturday. I was driving back, and it was pleasure boats all over the place, big yachts,
man.
and everything. And we're getting to that point of year where people take, a week vacation. They just sit in the middle of the lake. So I was a little nervous about coming out here at first. I didn't know how many of them would be out, but I don't see any at all. I actually have the whole thing to myself right now, it looks like. Which is kind of cool and kind of creepy, depending on how you look at it, right?
Well, yeah, it's nice having it to yourself. That way you're not running into stuff. But it's kind of nice seeing other stuff around too. That way
Yeah.
you know Jason's not lurking around.
I need to figure out how to set what my mile per hours are on this fish finder. Because that would make it a lot easier.
Now, is there a certain speed that you should be going?
I mean, I'm under the impression you just want to go fast enough to cover water, but slow enough that you maintain bottom, which is all I'm doing right now.
Yeah.
Because I'm not necessarily in a hurry at all. I got all night. But I know some people swear you have to go at least like a mile and a half an hour. And I guess it probably depends on the species you're fishing for too, right? I mean, if you're looking for something that's a little more reactionary, then obviously going faster is probably better because they have less time to look at it, so they have to make up their mind.
Right.
But I mean, I'm drifting baits that are just supposed to smell, and the fish have to find it. So I don't mind going a little bit slower. I think it's probably okay. It's really weird thinking about it too, because you're like, oh, hey, I'm dragging bottom. I need to use a really heavy sinker. Well, no, not really, because if you're using a dragging sinker, you want just enough that your weight will go over all the big rocks and the logs and stuff on the bottom.
Yeah.
But on top of that, you need to make sure you use enough. It's like for me, I'm using floats by the hooks too to keep the hooks tangle free or snag free as best as I can. And you got to account for that too. So I mean, I'm going slow, but I'm still using 3-ounce weights, basically.
Yeah, and if you were suspending, you'd want to use heavier weights because you wouldn't want it to move back in the current, right?
Right, you'd want to stay right below the boat.
Yeah.
Which I'm not sure how the suspending would work. Oh, hey, there's that buoy. Sweet. Okay, I'm near the island now. Should be, or near the channel. I mean, I should be getting deep water soon. Which I mean, suspending baits, you can still do what I'm doing. It's just obviously if you see a drastic change in depth, you gotta get ready to reel in quicker. You're gonna be snagged. Which is why I kind of like that Draggin better. If I knew for sure where that creek was, I could sit at the end of it where it met the creek channel, then I wouldn't mind just anchoring up and suspending there. But for now, I think this is fine. Plus, I need to exercise anyway.
Well, at least you're out there covering water.
Yep. Here's the creek channel, the main creek channel. I'm gonna lose bottom contact in a minute, I bet. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, I'm still maintaining. I got enough line out. That's good. 49. I'm sorry, 42. I'm cutting straight across where this island should be, so I should see it relatively soon. It's 46 with fish on the bottom.
There's a rooster crowing at 1:30 in the morning.
Sounds to me like Sunday dinner.
Right?
Defective rooster.
That's crazy. I've never heard that rooster crow in the middle of the night.
And 48 foot of water. Once I actually find this island, I'll probably reel the baits in, maybe put on a fresh piece and keep going. I don't think I'm on bottom anymore. Actually, here, I can do that. I'll reel them in and check it out. Got some. That's still good. Now I understand why kayak catfish always is tangled up.
I mean, I guess you could do what a lot of other boats do is run planer boards.
Well, honestly, if I was dragging baits more often and I get used to this and get the better setup, I would consider that. So I would need more
Yeah.
rod holders too. But even then, the issue there is with planer boards. Even is you still run into the same issues with the spinning. The spinning is the part that gets tangled up.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Like I didn't even have a fish on. I was just reeling them in to reset because I'm in deeper water, and it spun me around enough to tangle me up. So. So we get spun back around the direction I want to be in, and then pull it back out. Right. Try this again. For those that are still here, I appreciate you sticking around. I'm sorry it's been such a weird evening. It's the first time going live from the kayak. I wasn't sure what to expect. Now I know there's some things I got to work on. Lighting's definitely one. I was hoping this 360 light you had to have for regulations for actually being out in the kayak at night would be bright enough for you guys to see stuff, but it's not. So that's the first step. Second step is I got to get a better camera angle. I can only fix that one this week. I'll be doing some more lives during the day after work for crappie in the mornings. So we'll see how that goes. We'll just take it one step at a time. But if you are still around, I appreciate it. If you're just hopping in, welcome to Yak Shore Outdoors. My name is Anthony. We're fishing Chickamauga Lake. We're above Chickamauga Dam. I might have just had a hit. We're just dragging some chunks of skipjack across the bottom of the lake, hoping to get some snot sharks. If that was a hit, he didn't get it good.
Well, Anthony, it's just about 2 o'clock. I'm going to jump off of here. I have a doctor's appointment in the morning.
All right, man. Well, thanks for sticking around. Thanks for hosting for me. If anybody else in the chat wants to spot, I'd greatly appreciate it. He's done a great job.
I'll probably just hop back in the chat. I'll probably keep you running for a while, though.
Okay, sounds good, man. Appreciate
All right,
it.
man. Good luck.
Thanks, and I'll catch you later.
All right, see ya.
That's a big old school of fish. Nope. It's just a snag. That's right. Yeah, we wanted to though. Wanted to either screen for a fish or for a snag. So here we go. All right. Reset. All right. Back in business.
just a paddle, paddle, just a paddle, paddle. That's a fish. Hopefully it looks up.
For those still watching, I appreciate you sticking around. For those who joined us tonight, I appreciate it. We're still going. I went through the north side of the island. I'm on the south side of it now. It's definitely less fish on this side, according to the fish finder anyway. If by the time we get back to the top of the island, we don't get anything, I'll go back to that creek. See if we make something happen.
Back to the creek.
Well, that's fun. You're kidding me. Oh man. Well, guys, appreciate you guys sticking around. Those are still here. I'm gonna go ahead and call it. I keep getting snag and trot lines, and so yeah, we're gonna call it. Thanks for sticking around. For those who stuck around, thanks for swinging by. Those who swung by. This is Anthony with the Extra Outdoors, and I'll see you next time.